yeah, kind of Christian. I wouldn't say it, but they seem, yeah, to insist on it. Um, and some from the liberals, but our liberals are libertarian now. So they also organized in all these think tanks all around the world. They also get kind of text like from you have Republic 2025. Is it the project that is the Trump?
Yeah, Project
Yeah,
2025 by the Heritage Foundation. Yeah.
2025. Yeah. Yeah, and it also Heritage Foundation, Heartland, the Koch, Koch, Koch brothers,
Koch brothers, yes, the
Koch
legendary
brothers.
Koch brothers, yes.
So it's all mixed up, and they also influencing a lot of the politics, and they're giving cheats to the people to mobilize them, what they should use for framings, or for disinformation. They are also like AfD, also some are also connected with AfD, kind of, and or with libertarian, like he's a fascist. Arendt, he's called, from the identity movement, kind of. I'm not sure what they mean on English, but so it's they're pretty well connected and still rising, and there's a lot of money that's going into these projects, and I think the left has nothing like that, and I think we still have problems to mobilize like this, but we have great activism. I think here in Germany, there were a lot of camps to inform and to share knowledge and praxis, even to demonstrate together. So in a lot of towns all the summer long, and so they are really great connected, kind of, and it's really working. But yeah, a lot of work comes from the communal cities now to get the change, and so we have many levels where we can work, but on state level it's getting really, yeah, dangerous, kind of. If they even get more, they can even destroy the pseudo Christian party.
Yeah, we have what we call in the United States, we have the climate wars. I mean, the climate wars, the culture wars, they call it the culture wars. The far right populist agenda, where they take an issue like abortion, which is really, really emotional for most of us. And they just use it as a play toy. They just bash that issue around all over the place with no feeling, just to disturb people, to shock people, to get attention. That's their populist method. And it does intersect with climate environment. They use climate as one of those shocking techniques to get attention and to have fun and to pull pranks and all their tricks. So, yeah, I've been doing too much politics the last week. I'm looking forward to when our election's over and really focusing back on climate, environment, ecology, all those issues that our Green Core people focus on, that they are obsessed with. That is their lives. I'm terribly impressed with the Green Core people who live and breathe climate, environment, ecology every single day. Another topic that's terribly close to my heart is indigenous peoples, including the Native Americans and First Nations, Canadians, the indigenous peoples of North America and South America. That's a big topic for me. And having both Red Cloud and Lakota Man calling me brother in spaces this week in my little world was really made me happy. It doesn't mean much, but I don't know how Lakota Man does it. He just inspires me. I'm not inspired by much. And he doesn't even, John, the nurse in Los Angeles, he doesn't even really say much. But he is thinking of running for public office, which I would be really, really in favor. perhaps state senate in California. I do the political space on Wednesdays with Dr. Mike that are pretty big, and we really get into American politics. So a lot of my mind is there now, and I think we've gotten in trouble in the Climate Crisis Club in the past on these Saturday spaces with politics, with Gaza, with Ukraine, with Sudan, with Pup Tentacle. Pup has bought a new car, and I'm terribly confident he's going to tell us all about it. And I'm also thinking of the Black Bear, who is currently plotting how she's going to scratch the car. Those are her kinds of tricks. We've seen it time and time again from that Black Bear. She's eyeing that white car and thinking, boy, where am I going to put the big scratch mark?
She's going to end up in the fucking ground if she does.
How are you doing, Pup? How was life?
Pretty good. I don't want to bust your bubble, but again, per North American Native psychology, everything is my brother and sister. So it's real easy for a Native to, literally refer to anybody else as brother or sister. It's just a psychology. I mean, if a rock is my brother, then guess what? So are you.
Well, it works on me, man. You haven't burst my bubble yet. Those guys just cheered me up for what it's worth. Yeah.
Good. Yeah, no. I ran the Bolt last night, driving a little bit of Lyft. And I've now got a whole bunch of projects in my brain that I want to work on this winter with regard to EVs. Yeah, this DC fast charging network is just, we got to do something about that. I drive in the Brainerd Baxter area in Minnesota, and the only DC fast charger that fucking works is the goddamn Tesla network. And I ordered the damn adapter, but it won't be in until the middle of the month. Evidently, they're in really effing short supply, and they're, oh my god, expensive for a little freaking piece of plastic. Anyway, yeah, so that's about my only downside is there's plenty of slow chargers, but my god, I pull into the only ones that work are little 6 kilowatt jobs, and my god, if I want to top off the car when I get down to Brainerd, I'm going to sit there for 3 goddamn hours. That's bullshit. So I'm now mulling over in my brain how to make a range extender for the Bolt, and I've already figured out how to integrate it into my home electrical system. So I'll add 65 kilowatt hours worth of storage to my home renewable system. I've already figured out how to do that. That's actually pretty easy. The Bolt makes it really simple to do that. Then I won't get into the weeds about that because I'll just bore everybody in the goddamn room. And by the way, I already own all the stuff except for maybe some cable. But no, I really like the thing. Hey, have you noticed that your Bolt eats front tires?
No, it actually hasn't. I had my Camaro that really ate front tires. This one doesn't. No.
Yeah, when I picked it up, did the test drive, front tires were howling, and their rears are fine. They got a lot of tread on, but the fronts, are cupped and there's a lot of road noise coming off. So I pinged on them about it, and CarMax said, "Yeah, okay, we'll replace the front tires." So, my God, have you bought tires for your Bolt?
No, not yet. I got like maybe 17, 18,000 miles on it. So far so good.
Start banking some money, because the retail price on the OEM tire, which is a Michelin, is $320.99 per tire, plus tax, plus mounting, plus balance. So you get the idea here.
Yeah, my tire guy retired after like 50 years. I had a local tire guy who'd be good to me. So I will not go with the OEM when I replace it. No.
No, I'm going to go with the OEMs, because these Michelins are specifically designed for better mileage. They run cooler, so they don't deform. Because there's a lot of weight on them tires, man. I mean, freaking battery in that thing weighs a ton, literally.
Oh, they're good in the snow,
Yeah. I'm looking forward to that.
Let's go to Yoki, and we'll get back to the car talk. And welcome Yoki to the discussion. And hi.
Good morning, Alex. Nice to see you.
Good morning. I'm glad you made it. We're discussing cars. Can you drive?
Yes, I can
drive. Excellent. Some of our environmental people have never driven in their whole life. That's the kind of minds they have. But,
yes.
Pop lives in northern Minnesota and likes to discuss cars.
Alex, I was telling Joel yesterday that you two have become like family members to me, because I see you I see you more than what I see in my own family.
Right. Well, we're Spaces professional, and we're in a Joel's track group. I think you joined. We just discuss Spaces all the time, and it's become a life for many of us. This is now how we live.
I love it. But Alex, I just wanted to tell you that you inspire me, and this club inspire me to do some research on my own native country, which is the Dominican Republic, about climate. And I came here very young. I was still like in high school, I believe, when I came here. I honestly don't remember everything I learned over there, even though the education over there is much more advanced than here in the United States. Like, to give you an example, when I was like in 7th or 8th grade, I used to have about 14 subjects. So, that's like, I haven't even seen, because I went to high school here, and college, and I haven't seen that many subjects, in a grade.
Yeah. Tell me, what did you study in college?
Well, I went for, business administration. So I just did 2 years of business administration, and I stopped there, because I never been, a book person. So, but, right now, as I mature, I think it was a mistake not to continue studying, and learning, because sometimes, even when you apply for a job, they take more into consideration your degree than your experience. That's how it is nowadays, and the pay is based on the degree that you have, based not on your experience. So I think it was a mistake, but I cannot go back. I can only move forward. So it's never too late.
I like to ask everybody, if they went to college, what they studied. It's always interesting to see, what they studied. But you were saying about the Dominican Republic.
Yes.
A fascinating place. Yes.
Yes, you inspire me to do some research. And I'm going to read very briefly an article about climate change and how it affects the Dominican Republic. I'm going to try to be as brief as possible so, other people can speak. But this is what I found. It says the Dominican Republic is highly vulnerable on climate change and is expected to be severely impacted by it. The country's geographic location makes it susceptible to a number of climate changes, including rising temperatures, increased droughts and tropical storms, sea level rise, and beach erosion. These changes are expected to have a significant impact on the country's natural environment and key socioeconomic sectors such as agriculture, tourism, and fishing. The Dominican Republic has taken several initiatives to address climate change, including joining the Climate and Clean Air Coalition in 2012, submitting a nationally determined contribution to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change in 2015, preparing an investment plan to accelerate the closure of coal-fired power plants, and developing the climate resilience of bridge infrastructure program to reduce annual damages and losses. So, I just wanted to thank you because I never took a moment, I've been, like you say, I've been so focused on politics. I never took a moment to do some research on my own, on the climate change and how it impacts my native country. So I appreciate you and thank you for, inspiring me to do some research on that.
Certainly. And yeah, Joel and I definitely, it is like building a family or being in a family. And people are in spaces every single day for all kinds of reasons, educational, entertainment, support, just hanging out. I look at it like a bar room, a party, a club. This is a club. And I'm very glad to have met you, Yoki. It's been good times, and we just keep going. And it's always fun when new people show up and new ideas. Going through breaking news together. We were going through the shooting in Georgia this week together. And what can we do with these spaces? What can we do with social media? That's all part of this Climate Crisis Club project. We are an actual club of 125 people from 27 nations. We've been going since November of 2022 to work on the climate crisis and the global environmental polycrisis, all the issues in environmentalism. We've had all kinds of guests on this space, 93 spaces. We've had Michael Mann twice, Lakota Man, Mong Zarni, Dr. Dana Fisher, Jack Hopkins, you name it, Dr. Mustafa Santiago Ali. We've just had all kinds of speakers. It's been a joy to talk to all of them. And I toss trolls out immediately. Anyone who says climate change is a hoax, they're gone immediately. There's no debating here. We don't debate. There's no arguments. There's no counterpoint structure here. We are 100% science. Any kind of pseudoscience, nonsense, or anti-science is simply not tolerated. And we have hope. We have many doomer friends. We spent a lot of time in the spring making a peace treaty with all our doomer friends. I now consider myself doomer adjacent. So that was some of our progress this year. I did a lot of work this year on Pan-African philosophy, contemporary sub-Saharan life, geopolitics, reality. Every week we end up talking about Africa. It is the center of the ecological universe here. Africa is always a topic. What's happening in the Congo, the peat bog, the rainforest, the Nile, the Niger River is a topic every week. We will talk to Going South, our pal in Greenland. I think he's a doomer. He's certainly progressive left. He's certainly interesting. What's up, Going South, my friend? What's happening in Greenland? What's the news, man?
Hello.
Hello. How are you? Hi.
I'm great. Good news for me personally. I won't go into the details, but today I started, I started my day with a podcast about Germany. So I just wanted to comment on what was said here earlier about Germany. I think it also goes for Norway, where I come from. So this is kind of a generational thing, because me and my friends, we were at university in the early 90s, and I think you talked about it, like the real green people or whatever, the green core or something.
Yes.
And all my green core friends and myself, we were also anti-war. And I won't make an argument here. I will just say that what that podcast I listened to about Germany went into was that we are totally, what do you call it when you crash and your head gets a whiplash? We are totally whiplashed by how Germany's policy has gone totally to the other side. From being pro peace and pro environment and stuff, we now have all the official parties are 100% pro-war with Russia, which just seems crazy to an old guy like me. I'm not going for an argument. I'm just saying that we are sort of whiplashed by how European politics has changed 180 degrees. I know a German minister said that something had changed. She hoped something would change 360 degrees, which is a stupid thing to say, because then you get back to the same spot that you were at. 360 degrees is around the circle and back to where you started. So, but for us in the old Green core, even the Green Party is just not recognizable anymore. So thank you.
Sure. We have talked about pacifists many times in the past here. Some people are anti-war and they are pacifists, and that's fine for discussion. There's no argument. If people are a pacifist, often the environmentalists really lay into them, the activists. But yeah, pacifism is absolutely fine. And anything anti-war is good. War is simply the worst. War is 180 degrees from environmental philosophy. It's destroying the environment. It's absolutely, what all environmentalists are against. At the same time, war is a very easy target for far right populists. The threat of war, engaging in war, it serves a populist purpose. It gets attention. It's shocking. It helps their agenda. Let's hear from Jennifer, who certainly knows. She's living the German life. Hi.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. I don't have so much money, so it's not that possible. But I put one of the campaigns up. This is a cheat I found in English. Yeah, it just came out that Russia is also financing AfD, and might be even something with the BSW wrong about their financing. And yeah, they just came out that Putin is organizing. He's organizing a hybrid war, like with attacking also our communication. Like we all know, this platform is also in parts owned by Russian oligarchs. So the reason why there are so many disinformation here and why these parties are so popular is because, of Russian influence to separate us, and to also, because when we can't say something is like it is, so when we don't have a common ground, there is no base for get prepared for or to vote or to decide on information, and not on just my belly is telling me something, or I heard something, but it's not true. Yeah, you can't say if it's true or not because it's also something well made. So the confusion is destroying our democracies then, and this is a big problem, I think. And I'm not seeing so many when I think you can be pacifist if you're not involved. Then it's even more. It's like from the couch you can say, yeah, it doesn't influence you in any part, kind of, or you harm your life or something. But I wouldn't if 20 years of as a waitress, I learned that if someone touched my back or my boobs or something, they will have a slap right there. It also happened to my boyfriend once because he did this on the streets on a fest. But I think if you have to defend yourself, and even if a state is such a young democracy like Ukraine, and I think politics haven't changed. It's just made up that the Greens always said, yeah, you wouldn't. They are against weapons, but if you are attacked, they say you also need the weapons to defend yourself. And I think they are when the Krim was attacked. No, also with Donbass and all this stuff. This is a time when the Greens or Habeck first said that that Putin will use the other Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2 to cut off Ukraine and put pressure on them. And they just had it nearly 10 years ago. So it's nothing new, kind of, but it wasn't so public because it wasn't a topic. The gas was running. Putin hadn't put it down yet, and it was the cheapest version. We were completely dependent, like Austria and Hungary and Italy they are still really dependent on gas. I think UK is also one of them who's also still dependent, but it's going great with the wind energy and PV photovoltaic, and so it was. I think it's. It was always clear for the Green that they are not for fossils and that they are not would not let young democracy not fight for themselves. And I think it's even to less help or with materials, because Iran is already sending a lot of rockets or bombs or whatever just now to Russia. So and if the Ukraine won't stand, what's next? Poland or one of the smaller ones, or maybe directly to Germany? I'm not sure what's happening next. So they are also fighting for us, for democracies in Europe.
Yeah, the populists are just not a friend of the environmentalists. It's just not happening.
And they're doing advertising also for fossil stuff or to keep on old technology. And so it's also when you're not progressive or not don't think climate needs to be, or we don't need to be saved, then, or you don't think it's if you believe the heating in the heating, no, it's if you know it. No? I think something is the question also wrong, but so it's clear that they are not. They have other interests, and they're sometimes paid by fossils. That we don't need. We shouldn't forget that also these populists always get, like it seems, get money from fossils, or in the production, kind of, or just to support the economy of their own region. No?
Yeah. Well, climate science is climate science, and that's that. There's no debate about it. There's no discussion. It's not up for debate. What Gavin Schmidt says is what Gavin Schmidt says. What his paper says is what his papers say. Physics is physics, biology is biology. They're not up for debate. There are little details that the experts can debate. The expert scientists can debate little details and nuances of these topics, but the overall field of climate science is not up for debate. We know about the carbon dioxide. We know about the heat. There's just no discussion there. It's simply getting hotter. And there are climate models predicting the future. As the future comes each day, we'll see how it goes. It will get hotter and hotter. The seas will rise. There'll be more storms. Our winter here in Massachusetts is about 6 weeks shorter now than it used to be. I just can tell. I've lived here so long that the leaves turn that much later in the fall every single year. Not once or twice, every single year. The spring comes that much earlier. The plants are different. The animals are different here. And this will keep changing. We can model the future. We can run computer programs and take guesses at what the future is going to be. And there are people who that's their expertise, but we'll never know the future. All we can do is do what we can in the present. Whether the climate scientists, The Guardian interviewed the 389 scientists in that survey, they said voting was the number one thing to do. Voting, reducing fossil fuels, not eating beef, and not flying. That was their top 4 suggestions for the individual. We discuss this every week. We need the individual. We need the multinational corporations, the powerful corporations. We need the powerful governments. We need all 3 of those groups to cooperate on the climate crisis, on the environmental poly crisis, if we're going to see some progress on these issues. If there is no progress, these crises will just get worse and worse until they get very real for the population, and the population starts screaming. There is a feedback effect. They will start complaining. The prosperous people in the global north, if it gets bad, they will start complaining. They like to complain. And that's all in the future. So we have Professor Gill with us from London. He is Green Corps. He cares.
Yeah, I just lost my signal. I'll pick it up in about 5 minutes, all right?
Okay, he's lost his signal. And I'm not sure what's up with the United Kingdom and telecommunications, but Oliver will give us in 5 minutes the word what we are doing here today.
Okay. Alex, may I quick do some advertising for the space tomorrow? Because you might need a translator if you don't speak so well German. But Robert Wünsch, he's also helping communities with his advice to for the energy transformation, like civic turn, like we have energy under a community control kind of, or they also get money from it. And I can't explain the hashtags. Okay, but we talk about how it's possible and under which circumstances different things have to be chosen, but how you can go to your local politicians or prepare with an initiative together a paper to that is also half prepared, because you get information from him, for example, and how you can use it in your community and how to get it going. And it's a really nice guest, and he has a lot of information about it. And since I said it needs to be on all levels, we need to get the transformation. And yeah, I think it might be even something that it's useful because you see what possibilities in which town under which circumstances were possible in this area, and something's always adaptable, I guess.
Yeah, that is Jennifer's German Climate Crisis Club that meets every Sunday. I often say our space is the best climate space there is. And every time I say that, I think of Jennifer's space that's really just as good, if not better. That I'm posting your space up as I'm talking, so doing two things at once. But Jennifer does have, if you speak German, if you can run Google Translate, you can catch her space on Sundays. And she's excited about her guests, who I will have to go and find. And we will post this all up. In the meantime, Pup is ready to deliver us the State of the Union from the compound.
Hey, I just got started down a short little rabbit hole. So I posted up in the nest a picture of my new Bolt being charged from solar. And as I was to do that, I had to go into my timeline, and I had posted a whole bunch of pictures of the Bolt, the charge controller, blah 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 blah, and those aren't in my frickin' timeline anymore. Elon fucking deleted them. Little prick. I guess he doesn't like the idea that I didn't buy a Tesla and I didn't buy my solar panels from him, and I'm not using a fucking Tesla Powerwall. Little dick. So,
Wow.
what a little prick. Anyway, I just wanted to comment that what a fuckwad he is. Anyway.
Right. Pup's opinion of Elon Musk, noted. I think once he endorsed Trump, I personally was really completely done with the guy. We are squatting here in his digital domain, so what the hell?
Well, it was a contributing factor. It wasn't the only factor, but it was a contributing factor. I was going to buy a Model 3. I test drove one for 2 weeks, for Christ's sakes. I rented it, by the way. I didn't get it from Tesla for free or anything. And I was going to buy a Model 3. And when he endorsed Trump, that was definitely the straw that, well, it wasn't the straw. It was more like the iron girder that broke the camel's back. You know, fuck him. I'm not going to give him any money or his companies any money, to endorse a rapist, con man, espionage, fucking spy. I'm not going to do it. I bled, fought, and killed for this goddamn country, and I'm not going to endorse that orange turd in any way, shape, or form. Not a freaking penny out of my pocket is going to help that son of a bitch. Sorry.
No problem, man. I second that emotion, man. Totally.
Yeah, I third it. I'm thirding it here. I would not want any dollar of mine going to that guy.
No. He claimed that 1984 had been deleted from or withdrawn from Internet Archive, which is something I signed up for. So I thought, right, okay. I went in and checked. No, it's there. It's absolutely there, 100%. So that was an outright lie. This little silly argument about George Orwell's 1984,
Yeah.
Hey, Oliver, I and a handful of friends support the Internet Archive. We dedicate literally tens of terabytes worth of space on our servers to support that.
Nice,
Fuck it right.
Yeah. Oh, look, there's a dragonfly. Tell Stephen. Send for Stephen. I just seen it. I'm in central West London, and I just saw a dragonfly. Hey. I think it was a dragonfly, not a damselfly. Yeah, it was a dragonfly.
Yeah, we got like 1 billion of those around here, man. You know,
I was gonna
Steve-
say, Oliver, if you want a couple of 100,000 of those, I got plenty of them in my yard.
Yeah, it's nice to see it in London, though. It's nice.
well, you know that Stephen is number 2 in the chat. The chat now has new rules. They've changed the format of DMs, and I'm number 1, and Stephen is number 2. So
Okay.
I'm the admin of the chat right now. But if for any reason I leave the chat or whatever, get evicted from the premises or some such,
Oh, that's good.
Stephen is then in charge.
Yeah, it's good.
He would be running the chat. And when I broached this with him in the last week, he's not doing well. I'm sorry to report he's not feeling well. He's having a good time. So he wasn't really able to talk about the chat. He's certainly far more than bright enough to run the chat. So anyway, that's the contingency.
Well, just don't lose the chat then. That's all.
Well, I deleted every F word I've ever said in a tweet. I've done what I don't swear anymore. I try to behave myself. I'm really trying not to get evicted. Like if I
don't think they mind about that. I really don't.
I've heard to the contrary from our pro spaces people. That can get you tossed right off.
Oh, right. Okay.
Right,
I shall.
I don't want to give them any excuse for tossing me off.
No.
I did block Elon. I couldn't take it. I don't think that's a good move for the algorithm, but I'm blocked him till November 6th.
Yeah, very sensible.
As gave us the.
Well, the news about I keep half an eye on him. He's obsessed with Brazil. Absolutely obsessed with Brazil. The whole government blocked him, which is very funny. But they blocked everything else as well. So they blocked all his Starfleet and his bloody whatever they are, his satellites, his 30-kilogram satellites. I don't know what they are, but they've only got a 5-year life on them. I was reading up about them. Starlink. Yes. Anyway, Brazil has blocked him.
By the way, Starlink is now approaching the largest number of satellites orbiting the Earth. He has literally created this shell. You can go look at his satellite network in real time, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he has created this goddamn shell. It's about 500 round numbers, about 500 miles in low Earth orbit around the goddamn planet. The exception being the poles at the top and the bottom. So if you want to launch a fucking spacecraft, and you got to get through his goddamn. I mean, you look at this thing and it looks like some heavy radioisotope with all these goddamn electrons floating around it. You know?
Yeah, it's like a Bond villain, isn't it? It's like a Bond villain plan. There's definitely going to be something. He's going to.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
It's insane. By the way, the other thing I wanted to mention is everybody in the room should go check Elon to find out whether you're following him or not, because a while back he literally told X to everybody on X to follow him. So you need to go in there and find out whether you're following him, and if you don't want to follow Elon, then maybe you ought to unfollow the son of a bitch manually.
Anyway, he's Trump's special advisor, and he's going to be Trump's I don't know what he's going to be, scientific officer when Trump gets in. Ha ha ha.
Oh my God, that was so ridiculous. You know, freaking Trump being on like, I'm just going to give Elon Musk a position in the government because he's so strong and cool. No, come on, man. Seriously. You know, with it, if Elon Musk was actually an intelligent guy, then I could see him having a position in the government. But this guy is not. He's not super intelligent. No, you know, I mean, I think his business is more a matter of luck than it was of actually like intelligence.
It had nothing to do with luck. It had everything to do with that he got a bunch of goddamn money from illegal ruby imports from his parents, and then financed the purchase of X through Russian oligarchs. Fuck him. And the goddamn satellite he rode in on, or his little his fucking car. Screw him. He's gotten, when he was involved with PayPal, he pulled $465 million in guaranteed goddamn loans from the United States government. That's how he made his money. He's financed his way into his wealth. He's a shithead. He's got no brains himself. He just happens to know how to manipulate businesses and manipulate government. And that's why he's involved with fucking the Trumpster. I mean, from a business standpoint, Trump has come out and said, EVs, we're going to drill, baby, drill. We're going to do more fossil fuels and fuck electric vehicles. He owns Tesla, for Christ's sakes. Why would you, if you were a smart business owner, why would you support a presidential candidate that is going to reduce or severely impact your goddamn electric car company? Trump has stated, and one of the reasons I bought an EV soon rather than later was because Trump has stated that he's going to kill the federal rebates, the $7,500 on a new clean vehicle rebate and $4,000 on a used clean vehicle rebate. He's going to kill those on day one, literally. So, you know, I'm probably going to trade in my Bolt on a Chevy Equinox EV, all-wheel drive, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, Pep, let's hold off on the car talk until we say hello and, you know, awesome day to our pal Sandy, who has come up to speak with us. Hey, Sandy, what's up? How are you doing?
Hey, Sandy, welcome back.
Hi. Hey, everybody. I've been listening and doing a lot of work around here, but I want to ask a question. Does anybody know who owns Blue Sky? I'm like, if we hate Elon so much, how do we en masse leave the platform and find one that is not owned by a fascist, whatever, and do something different? Because we're all afraid to leave because we won't find each other. We will, but we need to know who owns it.
Right.
Yeah.
What?
I got a simple solution for this, folks. Eugene, Democracy First Eugene, has put up a platform called Purge, PURGE.com. Go get a login. Gene did that, and I helped him do that exactly when Elon was going to buy, was talking about buying X. So if this platform dies and we all get kicked off of there, go migrate to Purge, because that is definitely not owned by a fascist. I mean, Eugene Wilkes is not a fascist. I know the man.
I think we have to look for one that has potential, and there should be, in my opinion, a public buy-in. Like, we could all invest in a platform that is for the good of all and not just owned by oligarchs. That's why I asked. I'll have to do the research into Blue Sky, because a lot of people think that one is promising, and they're building in more
I can tell you, Sandy, Blue Sky is it's part owned. I don't know if it's fully owned by the guy that started Twitter. So off the top of my head, I can't think.
Jack Dorsey. Jack Dorsey.
Another billionaire.
Yeah, but he made his money on Twitter, but he also made his money on cryptocurrency as well. He's big on that. So you've got, depending on your persuasions, or directions with crypto. There's that to contend with as well. But I don't think he's such a bad guy as
Right.
Melon. You know what I mean?
Right. Right.
But it's the world is owned by these people.
Yes, it is.
Unfortunately. So what can we do? We just have to weave our dance through them all. That's all.
Yeah. Well, thanks. That's basically my contribution for today. I mean, I could have 5 contributions today, but this is the way the trajectory. So I just wanted to ask about that. Thank you all.
Wait, Sandy, you're not officially in our club. We've stated repeatedly over the year and a half to 22 months that we are staying here till the end of time. And by our club format, that's our policy until we democratically vote otherwise.
All right.
Right.
So I have to talk to you on the side then about actually being in the club.
I will pop you right in there if you want.
Yeah,
There's no
sure.
problem with that. And there's no stress or worries. There's no.
No stress or worries. Okay.
It was very interesting coffee house last night, Sandy.
Yeah.
Very thought provoking. I listened all the way through, but God knows what hour over here in the UK. Elliot particularly took it as his own almost, didn't he? I thought almost. Not quite. Jennifer's having a good go, but it was very interesting, and it got me thinking about one particular aspect, which was I was hoping to be a question today actually, which was this idea of baselines. The whole thing about baselines, and the baseline is 1850 to 1900, but it's because of the instrumentation that they had then, which they didn't have before then. But it's the period, the 100 years before, that is so fascinating as regards the extra bit of baseline, that the extra little bit, like the all the sort of nibbles and hors d'oeuvre that you might have if you went out to dinner, but you didn't sort of think about afterwards. And I thought that was very interesting. It is actually something that is highlighted in Our Fragile Moment by Professor Mann. He does quite a big bit on it, actually. It's worth looking up.
We also have debated the 1750 versus 1850 many times.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, but it's not used. That's the point. I mean, that's the weird thing. So maybe there's something in this idea of everything being so accelerated now and so happening so much faster and worse in many ways that has a little bit to do with that as well.
Something that I can find an expert on and bring on to discuss once again. That's a good thought trajectory.
Yeah, it looks like it's between 0.1 and 0.2, I think, of a percentage point, which is bloody huge.
Yes, it's huge.
Yeah. So.
Well, thank you. I like the reinforcement every now and then.
Yeah.
I have a few more comments here. Not only are we determined to stay here until the end, unless we democratically vote. I did add you, Sandy, into the DM chat, so you'll see in your DMs. But again, there's no, attendance required. You don't have to stress about it. That we consider the Climate Crisis Club a separate platform, independent of Twitter. We do have a website now as well. We consider ourselves completely independent. We're just squatting here. And people like Oliver and I, and many of us are tied in. You and I are tied in on Facebook. Many of us, we try to tie in with everyone outside of this platform in our club. So as many people as possible, we are connected in other places.
Of course, my personal Facebook is geared towards my 90-year-old mother. So on my personal one, I'm certainly not doing too much, but our group and our page are a newsy thing, but nobody goes because there's just so much competition and so much information.
Well, I love your programs. I'm a huge fan. I think it's awesome. And, I will unabashedly promote it too. Normally, I'm totally against any kind of hustle culture, but if something's good and quality, I got no problem speaking my mind and saying it's excellent.
Well, just visit the Facebook page because Jonathan really does a good job populating that. And and it's not he's originally from South Korea. He has a worldview that's different than a lot of people. He lives in San Diego, and he's been doing this for us for years. And he posts, and he will write about the article before he posts. So it's quite interesting to see his take on the world, and that's why I've pretty much given it to him.
Cool. Well, that's what we look for here, is interesting, kind people from around the world. And they don't even have to be that environmental. Right? Two of our new recruits, Joel and Dr. Mike, two of my buddies, are really not very green at all. Mike is a blue obsessed political activist. Joel is a crazy Australian lawyer in Melbourne.
But they're here to learn, and that's the whole thing, is that we're here to learn from each other,
Yeah.
educate each other, and that's my baseline.
Right.
Not influence. The word social media influencer makes me very uncomfortable. I'm more of a social media educator. I don't want to influence or tell people how to think. I want to give them the information and let them make their own decisions.
Right. I'm definitely an activist. That makes me
Yeah.
feel better. I'm just on a crusade here. We're going to get all the damn trees planted. We're going to save all the whales. We're
Good.
going to get people to stop drinking
Tell Japan
Coca-Cola.
that. Tell
Yeah.
Japan that right now.
Oh, man. We're going to free Paul Watson, right? Going
Yeah.
South is going to go interview him. He's on the same island as Paul Watson. And we're going to get all these people from around the world to talking and thinking and learning and reading. And it's all going to be good.
It's wonderful. And
I'd
in
like
the
to-
United
I'd like
States,
to-
we've got to defeat MAGA, and I'm done.
Yeah, I'm sure. it'll be
Well, I'd like to
Well,
jump in real quick here before we get too far off topic. Talking about using another website. I really wish Janet was still here, but I wanted to really pitch to Janet that we add a forum to climatecrisis.org. And I think, it might be a little bit of an outdated idea. Forums were really popular years ago before Twitter and everything. But I think, strategically, it'll allow people to, post on the website, and the website will retain, right? climatecrisis.org will retain that post for as long as we're up, and I think that, would help further certain types of discussions between people. And so that was something that I wanted to talk to Janet about, but unfortunately she's not here anymore.
Well, I sent her a message, Wilson. So she's doing a great
All
job.
right, awesome.
Yeah, that's her domain, or her empire. She's in charge of the website. So the rest of us just had to, I don't know if there's democracy over there. We just do what she says, but she's done an awesome job, and all suggestions and, ideas are welcome. I want to say a few more things about Sandy's comments. The Climate Crisis Club is a democracy, and we go with the flow. We go with whoever shows up, whatever they're thinking, whatever they want to discuss. And we've since the beginning, we've had a backup plan. We have been suspicious. The tech on Twitter itself is very suspect. We've been doubtful of being able to maintain a stability the whole time. So we are very capable of rebuilding elsewhere. We have an account on Clubhouse. Spotify has audio. We're all ready to jump ship if this thing sinks. We will resurrect promptly, like next Saturday, in another spot. That's an old plan of ours.
Yeah, could you imagine all of us in a Zoom meeting?
Well, Zoom can handle it, but that's not exactly where we want to be, I don't think.
Yeah, Oliver and I had one Zoom meeting with Melody and our great psychological friend Tui Mines, and we did do one Zoom meeting with John of Montreal. But so far, audio, we like audio because we think people have to listen. But video is certainly a possibility. We always go with Oliver's theories. We did add the fourth prong. So we have Twitter, the general chat. We have Twitter, the private chat. We have this space. and now we have the website. So Oliver's four-pronged plan is in effect.
Yeah, the Wilson's forum is a good idea because it's in an old-fashioned way. Because like the Twitter DM, the chat, the Twitter chat is incredibly popular. It's so popular that you can put something in it, and then like 5 minutes later, it's disappeared. It's gone. It's like history almost. So a forum would work rather like the DM chatter, in that it would bring people in on regular basis, which would be a very good thing actually, because we lose touch with people on here, and sometimes they come back, sometimes they maybe don't. But it's I think the forum is a neat idea if it works. Zooms en masse tend to muddle people. There's a kind of scatter gun approach to it, and it sometimes can fail. I think that's why.
All of Sandy and Andrea do their weekly things,
but they limit it to 3 people.
True.
Yeah.
We like having
that's why it works.
Right,
3 or 4, whatever. Andrea does one with, I think 4 is her max. That's why they work, because they've limited numbers. A forum might be like 15 people. That could be very interesting, but very difficult to manage well without it turning into a bit of a sort of scrum in a way. But
right.
It's still a great idea.
We do 13 around here. We survive.
Well, I mean, if you folks need a moderator for a forum, I mean, I totally can do that. Like I can manage that, no problem.
Right.
I'd add.
Janet was talking about the space and the money and the plan or something earlier today. So I ran it by her, see what she says. It sounds like, but I have no clue, man.
You see, for me, what I think about is like when you look at the chat, right? Some people write some really thoughtful stuff, really good stuff, right? If we had a forum where people could look at it, right, it would provide them with more visibility, and that visibility would stay there, archived throughout, the end, pretty much the end of time. We're going to be here till the end of time, right? I'm pretty
part of
come in. If you ever stop, we're gonna come and find you, man. We know what you look like, dude.
Yeah. Well, so the other approach, the carrot and the stick thing, that really affects me. The people who say the club is a lifeline are really helping them.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think it was just Yoki this morning that was just saying that, she
have the Environment Army Chief AJ with us. I would be very, very curious to hear from Army Chief AJ and say hello, my friend. Welcome to our stage here, to our environmental discussion. Would you like to say a few words? Green Man, hello. Sure. The mute button is on the lower left. AJ, my friend, if you'd like to say a few words. Short of that, let's go straight to Robert before his network dies.
Yeah, thanks, Alex. I just want to say, don't you go quitting on us. We know where you live. We know where you live. We know what you look like.
You, man, you are going to get such a talking to if you ever decide to quit, Alex.
So right, Wilson. You're absolutely.
Well,
Robert, where'd you go, Robert? Come back. You're supposed to have fixed your phone.
the damn Russians, they have it in for Robert. I don't know why. You wouldn't think he'd be much of a threat, really. Well, anyway, let's get back to Pup. Who's still pissed off at Elon, worried about the bear. Pup's world, man. It's all good. The Pup
Yeah,
is, yeah, go ahead.
So I'm sitting here listening to everybody. You know, I've designed some of the largest networks on the planet in my working career, and I've been involved with Eugene's Purge social media platform, and I've got, it wouldn't be difficult. Well, it'd be very difficult. It'd take a lot of work. Wouldn't be difficult, but it'd take a lot of work. You could do a crowd-funded, create an LLC that, and then crowdfund it, and everybody that contributed would own a share in that LLC. Not a publicly traded, but a private company. That private company could then, literally, I'm thinking big here, so live with me for a minute. Could build a facility, populate it with servers, appropriately. Most of the software that runs by a bunch of developers all across the planet. I mean, just go look at GitHub. If you, I go to GitHub if I think I want to do something in software. I go to GitHub, find out, and search there. And because we could do that now. Do we have the desire to do it? Is really where it boils down to. That's really the question. Do we have enough dedication? I mean, I know plenty of love to be involved with this and just make it a not-for-profit corporation. The idea here is that you want to be democratic, right? But you want everybody to have a little bit of say in where the platform goes. Do we have enough critical mass to get this movement going? Anyway, just a thought. And by the way, knowing a lot about solar, that company could also put up a large megawatt-sized solar farm, use some of the electricity to run the platform, sell the excess back to the power company, and generate a revenue stream solely from selling green electricity back that would then also support the further development, of the platform. I mean, think about it. If you get
next level, Pup, next level.
Yeah, I mean, but it is not an undoable thing. It really, again, boils down to, do we have the impetus to do it? Because, we could put X out of business. We could put Facebook out of business. They're not that big. The software, while complicated, could be recreated and not violate any copyright and patent laws. I mean, we could do that. Do we want to? Is the question I'm posing.
It's a fascinating idea. I love it. Absolutely. It's my God, it will draw in all sorts of talent too. The green sector has so many people who have real talent in this area. So
And a
it would be
diverse
yeah,
talent.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
everything from electrical engineers to software developers to networking guys to blah blah blah. I mean, just look at who's sitting here in this room.
Yep.
I mean, really, go look at it. I would venture a guess that the majority of people in this room right now have advanced degrees in some damn thing.
Yep, mostly I think have.
I mean,
well, I dropped out of college, man.
Doesn't
Yeah.
time served. You got time served.
Yeah, but Alex,
Yeah,
your
yeah.
degree,
What?
degree is knowing how to handle people.
No, I got a diploma from Stuyvesant High School. It's one of the best high schools in America. The first day of school, they told us we were in the best high school in America. So that's good. I'm waiting for an honorary PhD. Like, somebody just send it over here. I'll put it on the wall. That was my plan, man. But you are correct, Pop. Like Jim has a PhD in physics. There are all kinds of really bright people here. There's no doubt of that. And your idea was terrific, and it was a new one. Which is a rare thing. I feel like Ollie and I've heard, and Kim have heard it all before. That's new. Yeah.
Let me throw something in here. I made all my money and worked my entire career. And I'm going to blow my own horn here and say I was at multiple companies during my working career, a senior engineer. I didn't get any of my degrees until after I retired. You don't have to have, those letters after your name to be a smart motherfucker. The only thing the letters do is initially prove to somebody that you have at least a minimum knowledge level when you walk in and apply for a job. My God, I worked for Wall Street banks. And I didn't have a degree. Not a single one. Not even an associate's. For Christ's sakes, I didn't even finish fucking high school. I got a GED.
Right, GED, that's good. Yeah.
Now, I scored in the top 12% of Minnesota when I got that damn thing. But the point being is I worked for, after my military career, I worked for 38 years with no letters after my name.
Yeah.
And when I was working on Wall Street, I was in a $500,000 a year crowd.
Well, maybe, Pup, you need one of them honorary PhDs too. They hand them out.
Yeah, fuck that. I don't need that shit.
Well, what about from Sitting Bull College? That would be sweet.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. That would give me a warm fuzzy, but I really don't give a flying fuck about it. I mean, I really don't. When I was applying for a job, my resume was 14 pages long. Not to the HR department. Fuck a lot of those guys.
Yeah.
I made sure it went to the guy that was looking to hire me.
Pop, our friend Sandy worked for the HR department. And many others work hard on the personnel side, like literally trying to figure out where our weaknesses are, who's not in the club. Like how can we round the club out off better? How can we, what are we lacking?
I'm not the
No, Jim has a PhD in physics. I mean, that's impressive to me always. I forget, Jim, I do want to say I really appreciate your posts all week. On our posts all week on our message board. They're really good, every single one of them. And I think a little
life after Twitter and it's very, the chatting is very, very valuable, but a lot of ideas come up and drill down. So, I've been on some collaboration platforms, and I don't remember the exact names, but that support breakout rooms. A paradigm or capability that's useful, and the collaborative creation and editing of documents, and that's so good for a team, that's drilling down into a specific area to kind of push the ball forward and in a collaborative way refine the Google.
most true. Yeah, I don't really want to work myself. I like having parties and good times. So mostly I'm trying to escape work. Like I go hang out with Joel and the Australians. They get drunk. I wake up in the morning having coffee, and they're all getting drunk. Excellent sense of navigating through these topics. We have all our basic principles, not going completely neoliberal and hustle culture, not copying Greenpeace. I still don't understand why the Rainbow Warrior has a 525,000 gap.
Especially now that the French have got a basically a larger vessel than the Rainbow Warrior, fully under sail. It's got 3 large, basically yachting sails on sort of fancy booms a really lovely vessel. And Sal put this up yesterday, and I was absolutely having kittens about it, obviously straight away. But they've got this large vessel. I'm not, I haven't actually found out if there's a backup engine. There probably has to be from some legal point of view. But however, the sails are so gigantic. They're carbon fiber masts, and so they can get greater height, bigger sails, and they're automated, fully automated. Champagne and cigars from France to America, which makes sense when you think about it. It takes a sort of niche products, but it's this is what the Rainbow Warrior people need. I don't know how often they're trying to.
Talk the talk, you got to walk the walk.
Yes. Yeah.
I can't sit up here and eat steaks, and
No.
smoke cigarettes. It's not, nobody's going to listen to me if I'm doing that. So I got to eat those Beyond Burgers and stand on my soapbox and explain to everyone. The Greenpeace has got to have sailboats. They just can't be 525,000 gallon gas tanks in your boat.
It's ridiculous.
You're not protesting anything. You're not protesting a goddamn iceberg or a polar bear or an oil tank or nothing. I don't know what they're thinking.
Yeah.
So part of our development here was not being Greenpeace. I actually admire them and Sierra Club and the Audubon Society and all the rest of them. But what are they missing? Forever in these 93 meetings, we've been trying to figure out where they went wrong. They've had 50 years. The endless fundraising, they've had decades, and in 2023, we made more carbon dioxide than any year in our history. So there is not a result. You could say without Greenpeace and all them, it might be even worse. You could say that. So
well, there are exceptions. I mean, at the moment, they suddenly come up with something that works. At the moment, they're doing a big court case against Equinor, and basically to get rid of Jackdaw, the gas people in the North Sea.
Sure.
To get rid of Rosebank. And what happened was that our climate change guy, Ed Miliband, he's a Secretary of State and all that. He basically said, no, I'm not supporting the government anymore. And I'm not supporting Equinor anymore. You're on your own, and we're not going to contest this. Greenpeace can have their case and eat it, basically. So, and that's what they're doing. So there's always a silver lining sometimes to ancient little thing that's happening.
Right. I'm in the Save the Planet group, and they have 250,000 people. Grimm is out of commission. Save the Planet group seems dead in the water, but they have a 250,000 people involved in that, and they don't seem to do anything. We have 125 people or so, and we're very, very busy. But as friends, as companions going forward in life together, it is social media. We're keeping it social. That's been a key component. When you and me, Oliver, and Sal and Stephen would have those discussions in the winter of 2023, equality. We did not want to be Greenpeace. We were not a huge, NGO organization ripe to be invaded by an oil company. We'd be happy if the oil company marched in here and announced they were the oil company. We would sit down and talk with them.
Yes.
The other topic on my mind, you and I, Oliver, are basically moderate left in the great scheme of things. Yes. So they're the progressive left to the left of us, and there's the moderate right and the far right to the right of us. That's sort of our orientation and the basis of the club. I try very hard to make peace with the far left and the progressive left. I think the left is left, and we're basically, and there's so many environment. So that's always a point I have in mind.
The question is, could we keep this really nice, friendly atmosphere if PUP's platform went up? You know, I mean, that would be fascinating. If a platform went up and it was based on friendship and cooperation, that would be extraordinary. The appeal, you know, the appeal alone would be phenomenal. It's a kind of tantalizing idea in itself.
I can tell you from my experience of the last month, right? I've talked to Jack Hopkins, Bad Company, Lakota Man, Jacqueline Keeler, right on Wednesdays. And we had 6,000 people in those spaces, right?
Yeah, huge. Yeah, massive.
Yeah, so I mean, I at least I don't get nervous when I'm talking to 300 people or talking to Jack or something. But all those people have a knack for being more popular, right?
Yep.
The Lakota Man writes something down, and you look at those numbers. He's like, you know, this is a beautiful campfire. Would you like to join us? And he gets like 30,000 views in a minute. I don't know. And when you talk to him in real time, he's just a person like us, and he's just making stuff up. But the things he says our content will get watered down. We would have to keep that inner circle mentality. You know.
Alex, can I jump in real quick?
Go right ahead.
So regarding what Jim just talked about, focus in an IRC, an internet relay chat room, somebody will propose an idea. Let's go hack the NSA. I'm just going to put. So if enough people sign on to that, then that becomes an operation. If enough people don't sign on to pursue that, then it just falls by the wayside. People with the right skill sets, it moves forward. And let me tell you, Anonymous has done some absolutely amazing shit in the digital realm. You know, but that kind of speaks to the focus groups that or break-off groups that Jim was talking about. Because when something gets proposed, then if enough people break off into that group, then that group communally will decide how they're going. Now, and let me tell you, you know, back in the day, Anonymous organized what they affectionately called the Million Man March. It actually ended up turning out to be closer to 13 million. This is not something that, you know, just happens. Be truly a communal a communal endeavor, as opposed to and run it like, do enough people globally think this is a good idea? And are they willing to throw some time, effort, and hate and discontent at it? And if it is, then it probably really is a democratically good idea. See where I'm going with that? Does that make any damn sense at all?
No, absolutely. Again, we just added, after 22 months, we added a website. And I'm sure Oliver and I, Kim, Robert, the others, you know, are proceeding slowly but surely, and everything's on the table. Everything is possible. Let's welcome Andrea, who I think was partying tonight, if I remember right. Hi.
Seriously, when you actually understand what's going on in the world, you gotta get out there and enjoy yourself, because why not? So I went with me in the club conversation at this point in the evening, because I've been at a ball, and a ball in Singapore includes a lot of wine. Well, I think I'm all right. Do I sound all right? Do I sound like you know, I'm not too.
Yeah, you sound.
So I'm in Asia, and it's 1 o'clock in the morning. So it's almost impossible for me to ever turn up in a very straight frame of mind, because you know, it's Saturday night. I've got to have a good time, because I appreciate life. Anyway, tonight, like incredible people, and I did some work with them years ago, and so you know, coming back to Singapore, like you can't get married in Singapore as a gay couple, but the right to be gay is, you're not going to end up in jail, which is a significant. Organized itself to move forward and invest in the right areas, you know, biotech or, you know, it like, if you understand the Singapore story, and there's a lot of people that have got ideas about Singapore, but if you look at the big picture of Singapore, how to introduce creativity, how to you know, do you is at the lowest, at the place where women suffer the most. And on Netflix, there's a documentary, and it's got Jane Fonda, Lily Tomlin, and it talks about the feminist movement in America, where it kind of everything splits apart, because what the white women did was say, let's win our arguments, and then when we do that, we'll win your arguments. And what I found amazing tonight was listening to where this group of wearers focused. They haven't focused on the most privileged. They're focused on the people who are suffering the most, and they've fought for them, and they've won for them, and they've changed laws in the society. And I got to tell you, I walked out of there feeling like my soul was enriched from the experience. as middle. Like, so many people have got opinions about this part of the world, and they miss so much subtlety. Like, there's a big conversation going on around India. Country is the same, and everyone in that country is the same and thinks the same. We're all really different, and especially in this part of the world, there's a lot of subtlety going on that is not communicated in the media, and when it is communicated, it's not getting the message. It's not understanding the subtlety. So a journalist in the Philippines is the bravest person on the planet. A journalist in China is the bravest person on the planet. You know, if they're talking, but they're not necessarily. It's not a straight message. It's not. That's not the way the world works, right? It's very subtle. A lot of the stuff that goes on is subtle. Face, the concept of face is a big issue. You can tackle the biggest issues in this part of the world, but you've got to listen, because I've also poured a drink, and it might get a bit messy. So, but it's good to see you guys. Love listening to you. You're all awesome.
It was back with the no show. I've got to catch it. I just never have time for these things anymore. But I want to watch the no show. We have Sandy here. I don't know if you've seen the Environmental Coffee House, Andrew. Tuesdays and Fridays. She does a live show. About 10 in the morning your time, I guess.
Yeah, similarities,
Wednesday.
aren't there? I think of them together. In 5 minutes. I mean, it's fantastic. You get a whole spectrum, and it's beautifully sub-edited. It really is. It works really well for me. I'm completely convinced by it. And you know, there's more.
I think she's doing it once a month now, but when she gets into it, she covers everything.
Seriously, Alex.
Sure.
I'll give you the code. I'll give you the code for what I do. But Ollie, thanks for your support, man. I really appreciate it. I
Great.
really appreciate it. And I enjoy
I must
it,
buy
and
you
I'm
a
being
coffee.
bit of
I must
smart
buy a
ass
few
these days
coffees.
because I've
Yeah, absolutely. I
Hey,
mean,
do you know what?
I would be.
I haven't sold a single coffee.
I saw that. Yeah, I thought I'll have to buy. I didn't want to buy any copies on the phone. I have to do it on the laptop because it's security-wise, it's not safe.
Newfangled ideas here today.
Yes.
On the fifth get the fifth one going.
Bubbling away
And
on the hob. Yeah.
bubbling away. Yeah. Bubbling away on the hob, huh? And Sandy at the same time would be quite the live show for sure.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Not the same approach, actually. in many ways. Our own media, we're just making our own media. We don't need to watch ABC or the BBC or what have you. We just make our own media now.
Absolutely, and as you well know, MSM is is the second evil of all. Really. Well, for a lot of people, in the club is a wonderful asset, and also, of course, with the website with Janet. She's kind of like a journalist, although she's more of a maven journalist, if you like. More of a
She's
on the guru side.
She's a very, very spiritual person.
Exactly,
she's like
exactly. And she's
a great success. What Kim and I want to know is, what did she cook at that wedding? I'm waiting patiently to find out what the dishes were. I mean, an Italian wedding, I don't know, it's going to be good.
Absolutely.
But, yeah,
birds are screaming.
Pups NGO, quite the concept, the entirety of it all. And Jennifer's big space tomorrow. I'm not quite even sure who Robert is, but I'm sure he's very interesting. And it goes on. I'm happy to be the host. I've gotten used to hosting. Tricks of the trade. It's got to be entertaining. Nothing is worse than going into a space that is just boring as all could be. These spaces can't be boring. That'll kill you. That nothing's worse than boring. Then there are the trolls and the evil people, the not fighting with them. So there's some kind of war game or something. I don't like that kind of space either. I want to say hello to Nate. I don't know what you got, Nate. How you doing today, Nate? What's up?
Hi, favorite journalist of all time. I'm sure the name resonates with many of you in here, Christopher Hitchens. His mother used to tell him, and he sort of took this as a rule of life, was that the greatest
Lincoln Wright, and it's one of those literary things. But when you're in the middle of a tragedy, I think you might prefer the boring life. I don't know. Somebody was getting mad at me, raised or not. And this is what we've been doing for almost 2 years, man. Pup's been here for at least a year straight every Saturday. Thank you, Pup, for always being here.
I just raised my hand a quick, and Jimmy just texted me. Their electrical bill is normally $200 plus every month, and Jim just texted me that his bill is for a partial month of that solar, after that solar install, is now $89.71, and that includes the $48 fee to have the meter on the side of the house. So he went from consuming 150 kilowatts or 150 bucks with electricity down to whatever the hell 89.71 minus 48 is. And that's in the first month, and it wasn't a complete a complete month of billing. So next month he's anticipating seeing his electrical bill drop from say $200 to $300 a month to $48. For again a total install cost of $5,000. Anyway, just plug in, generating your own shit as opposed to buying it.
Yeah, I want to plug Dr. Van Dis. Jane is listening to us. She is going to be on Planet Critical, which is certainly one of the best podcasts out there. Rachel Donald, best environmental podcast. And a podcast is certainly probably in our future of some kind. I keep chatting. Jack Hopkins was here last Saturday, and I will be chatting again with Jack on Wednesday. He does that left-wing American politics, but he does a podcast, and there's absolutely no reason why we couldn't do some kind of Climate Crisis Club podcast. It's not that tough. There should be an Environmental Coffee House podcast. There should be. I can't even remember if Andrea has a podcast or not, or Jennifer or anyone.
Andrew does, yeah, definitely.
She has one.
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah.
It's more life. I have to have the movies on and the baseball games on. I mean, I actually have a life where I have to interact with my family.
And the movies are your therapy, aren't they? I know that, which is good.
Yes. Well, they're Alcoholics Anonymous. The movie keep the alcohol.
I could imagine that listening to Elliot actually is more relaxing. Sorry, watching Elliot in some ways is more relaxing than listening to him or watching and listening to him, because he does go at quite a ton, I must say.
Yeah. Well, after I talked to Elliot one Wednesday, I think it's a math problem. I can't figure it out. That we had a great talk, and I think it really, for me anyway, that started the real piece with the Doomers routine.
Yeah.
And going south right here. I blocked him probably because he said something doomy a year ago. I don't know. I'll try to get back and watch the show proper. And I don't need much more data at this point, to be honest.
Yes.
The data, Sal's got the data. They got the data. What exactly the numbers are anymore. They keep going.
Yeah, there's plenty of data. I think what people want to know about is the accelerated disaster routine. How
I agree, but I want to say I have brought in new, younger people who have no idea about what's happening, and they're learning about the data for the first time. So there is a place for it,
Oh yes.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. I was really talking about everybody here knows this stuff, but most of the world isn't consuming.
And there's a natural assumption that because you know it, everybody else must know it too. And
Yeah, I know people don't know what I know. I got used to that a while ago.
Well,
but yesterday he posted that it was hotter by 0.001 degree.
Just a bit. There was some negative sort of reactions to Elliot. I've been following him for a really long time, and I really appreciate him. And there were doomers. He's the least doomerish of them all. He's getting some incredible media coverage. He's worth listening to, and I think it's part of this. We've got to listen to it.
Andrea, you're
Sorry.
But we've got to listen to people, and I don't.
Support for Elliot, because I don't really know Elliot. I think that's the first time I properly sat down and watched him in a blog, or in a show or whatever. So yeah, it's interesting.
Definitely, like I've been following him for a couple of years, so definitely pay attention to what he's saying. He's into this field of, if you're not a PhD, no one's going to listen to you. But if you are a PhD, no one's going to listen to you.
Yeah.
And it's.
Elliot last night. That's what we're talking about, Andrea. Yeah. And I had this great talk with Elliot, me and Wilson, a couple of Wednesdays ago. I don't know when that was, in June or something. And
One of the most delightful, compassionate, caring, empathetic people on the planet, who volunteered at the zoo, who works tirelessly.
the only way I can understand it, we had a very pleasant conversation. The only way I can understand is some kind of math problem.
Chess.
Or a
I think
total
it's chess.
mistake.
It's a chess playing. I think.
Chess playing, yes. And you don't want to play
Which
chess.
is math, I guess, isn't it? Chess, math, chess.
But and environmental destruction, and not just temperature. Uh, and we don't talk about how humans are affecting the natural world, which is
It's not just climate and temperature, it's biodiversity, and that's why the complement of Lyle Lewis, Elliot, I like to bring it all together, bring all the voices under the environmental umbrella.
I perpetually say that neoliberal economics is not going to solve these crises. The same statement from a different angle, that this economic system that got us into this mess in the first place is not going to get us
A problem with
Spent a lot of time with the Germans because they're the only ones that were making any sense about where we were, and really where we were, like where we are as a global. in a dark place, wondering, like, because the doomers were making sense to me, and of all ability to rise up and do something about this. And when I lose my hope, so I'm living in a transforming faster than any other. They're not paying attention to this at all, even though
Right.
the
Who are they?
cheap shit.
Who are they,
Uh,
Andrea? I don't.
do you know Cheyenne? The buy them from there. I'm like, I don't want to support these apps. There's no other way for me to buy these products. Capable of doing it, and
Right.
so I think our job is to help people believe that we can do it.
I completely agree with you, and that's, that also goes into indigenous. What we're reliant on, and also our responsibility to take care of it. And I know how we view the crisis is extremely important, because if you read Yo we know point will occur. And because we don't know this, and because of all the uncertainty that is within the Earth systems that we're trying to figure out and trying to help, or if we can change our behavior, if we could change our belief systems, if we could stop polluting the environment, if we could, stop consuming.
Personally, my little Greek family overcame everything to get here, and God knows my American patriot family overcame. Was But as many of you know, I live in a Scandinavian family. Going south could give us big lectures on doom and gloom. We all love the forest. Who cares what we think is going to happen 50 years from now? And, Lyle Lewis knows his stuff. I get along quite well with Lyle. Lyle has spoken to ancestry, the shared cultures. I respect Lyle. I respect his life work. If he goes off in a doomer tangent, I make fun of him. He makes fun of me back. We laugh. It's all good. There's a social understanding there.
Can I make a brief good, like forests or the Save the Whales, or etc., and all the tech stuff too. If we make the path, people will follow. It's obvious. They always have done. Sorry about the birds; they're going mad here today.
Who are Wilson? You have any clue what the order of hands are? Are you there, Wilson?
I think Ryan was next.
The topic. There's the Montreal. Was it Kunming, Montreal? 30 by 30 declaration or whatever. A lot of my thoughts, and I've brought up a number number of these things in this forum. Like one, in going over the just grabbed me. And that was in agriculture, having rewilded rewilding, but the path to rewilding is complex. It so when I saw that at the U.S. government website, this concept of rewilded field borders, maybe they're only 30 feet wide, but for an enormous amount of land area without giving up much. I brought up is this pattern of intermingling nature and that in San Diego, because of the peculiar topology of canyons and non-canyons, that nature is right up against in the canyons and occasionally coming up to eat some rabbits. But that was imposed by the topography. Nevertheless, if you impose that by human rules in how we do development, for human settlement, you can achieve the same thing of intermingling nature with human habitation. So most boring topic in the world, agricultural yields, yet it is central and pivotal. The less there is pressure to deforest and do all the
I'm thinking of what the obstacles are. Each of us have different obstacles in our own mind. Why we can't get to that better solar punk society. What's
Lowe's, Roundup, media, commercials, propaganda. End of story.
that'll do it? Yeah.
But let me add, what's blocking in this part of the world where it is not, it's not even on the radar. So when you look at America, you look at Australia, you know, the number one country in the world for buying clothes. The average Australian buys 56 new items of clothing a year. The average, right? More than Americans, which the huge percentage of the GDP is based on delivering to the fast fashion need. China. Facilities in Vietnam so that they can sell stuff to Americans because it's not coming from China, which will suit the political system, right? So we're not really addressing the fundamental issue here, right? So if we could say making all this stuff and then making this cheap stuff, why don't we get them to make quality stuff, spend more time creating quality and be paid more rather than when you sit in Asia, it's frightening what's going on. And so I can hear the Europeans talking, I can hear the Australians talking, I can hear the Americans talking, but I'm sitting in Asia where this is the place where the growth is really happening. So Temu is trying to work out, do they have a market in Asia Pacific? It's like, just fuck off. Fuck off with your cheap shit. But Asians love cheap shit. They love it.
That's
But
the cheap stuff is the efficiency. They're just trying to be efficient with resources because organic stuff is so environmentally costly. Like
yeah.
Unfortunately, they don't have recycling sorted yet, so it's depressing. And sorting recycling is complex. People
it's
don't
really
like to do
depressing.
it.
Objections are, what the problems are, what the complaints are. I don't know if it's something cultural or something. We just know we have to do it. It really doesn't matter what all the objections to why we can't do it or what the problems are. you know, we're just going to do this. That's the central concept. And
I know, Alex, but I'm living in the part of the world where they're not doing it, where
right,
the corruption is so rife, right? So you've seen my videos on the beach cleaning up
yeah,
waste, and the waste industry has always been corrupt. It will always be corrupt. They it's disgusting what's happening, and you know, like you know, a community in Asia, there'll be there'll and should be sorted out. So like like when we talk about this crisis that we've got on our hands, we have to not so like last week it was very American focused, which is totally fine, but there's this incredible growth happening, and it's only in the last 20 years this growth has happened, and it's so shocking, and it's in this part of the world seeing the impact of the climate crisis as well as the waste crisis, all these things, and no one's doing anything about it. And everyone's just like, come on, let's just, let's build in the world.
And you are describing why people are in the doomosphere.
Excuse me, Andrea, could I ask you if you could just outline the difference between like Singapore would be more advanced in the progress and for the climate crisis at least?
Who's that?
So Singapore is I think the country in the world that is the most impressive country as far as getting prepared. They're doing everything they can to get prepared. Like you get an attack, even though they're planning to. No one can stop the ocean's rise. So as a country, like Singapore is doing everything it can, but the vast majority. So we have a recycling truck turning up once a week. Right, so other countries shipping their waste to them, and there's money in that. So 2025, I think Thailand said they're not going to take colonial waste. But the idea that like these Western countries can ship waste to other parts of the world, like it's going to go away, like you can't see it anymore, like it's going to be dealt with. It doesn't work that way, right? It ends up in the ocean. And every week I'm out with my boys picking up waste on the beach. But this part of the world, like they're massive consumers. I've stood in line behind people in, say, a Louis Vuitton shop, right? And they've got hundreds of thousands of dollars buying Louis Vuitton products. And they the housing development boards, condo, cash, car, credit card, and club membership. So it's like the middle class dream from an Asian perspective, right? They just have a very different way of looking at things, and they're not paying attention to the climate crisis. And depending on where you are in Asia, it, so Singapore looks pretty clean, but they incinerate everything. In Phuket, in Thailand, they can't afford the incineration machines, right?
Like it sounds like neo-colonialism to me. It just sounds like they're doing the same damn thing that all the colonialists did, apart from necessarily, I'm not so sure about this either, from invading fancy dressed up. They're getting their carriage, they're getting their club. All these different things that they're doing it just sounds like a modern version of exactly the same thing.
No, exactly right. You're absolutely 100% right. And so when people say to me, don't be doomer about this, I'm like, I'm living in the part of the world that is so fucked. It doesn't matter what the Western world does. What's happening in this part of the world is so catastrophic that it's that's where my hope kind of diminishes a little bit, I suppose. Yeah, but yeah, it is.
Going on in Asia, which will help the planet as a whole.
Something's happening.
I think Andrea's point. Andrea,
There's not really.
Andrea, you were, remember, you're in to the world's GDP, and we're completely saying we did the Manhattan Project, we bombed Hiroshima, we won World War II, we on now to hands the housekeeping, the matter at hand, because Earthpunk in Michigan has been waiting forever. And I like hearing what Earthpunk has to say. How you doing, man? What's up?
Hey, I'm wilding, and he was talking about rewilding around the borders of agricultural areas. Another thing that the farmers are learning to do is interplanting. So rather than a strict monoculture of like soybeans or wheat or whatever, they are putting marigolds in, or cabbages, or just any other sort of crop to improve the yields. But I also want to say that rewilding as a natural byproduct of regenerative ag when implemented at scale. So as we engage in these practices, the wildlife sort of just moves back in. Transition is going to depend on doing all of that, the regenerative agriculture at basically every possible scale. Locally, all of the major monoculture farms need to transition because we have become so disconnected with the production of food that we're now working fruit that hasn't been shipped 1,000 miles, which doing all of this though in engaging in the like suburban farming, urban farming, urban farming is that's sort of one path to climate activism that everyone has available to them. There are ways there are a lot of programs here supporting local agriculture. There's one like fund called the Black Farmers Fund where they're specifically giving money to like I said, they're revitalizing everything. As soon as you start planting food, you start building up the bacteria in the soil, the fungus in the soil, and that brings in life. It encourages that these populations want to rebound so very, very quickly. I mean, I created a hugel culture to bees had moved into it, and there were literally thousands of they were minor bees, so I was safe out there. There was no stingers on them, but literally thousands of minor bees living in this mound of within 3 feet of them. They became aware that I was the person responsible for the production of the bees and the worms that they now had access to. So I think that these sort of things, even just because nature wants to move in that direction, and it will if it is allowed to, and especially if you incentivize and push it.
Old, he's been farming for 50 years, and he's a big time expert on global sustainable farming regen ag and so forth. He's given us many speeches here, and we do consider agriculture to just be a huge part of the puzzle. We've got to feed these
and I think we all know the Nordic noir TV crime scene.
Oh yeah,
Of Django.
definitely.
Yeah, and there's also a subgenre of that called the Arctic noir. Just the hard factors of nature and people trying to eke out a shows you some of the heart and soul of people living from all the way from Finland to Greenland. But you have to remember that people who live here in the Nordic areas, we comes to sort of climate and climate doom, it's kind of a different thing, you know, because we like it here. We like living in these areas. Doomers, or what I call it transdoomers, because we look at the other side of doom, the after doom, the after collapse kind of thing. And so somebody is optimistic about bringing about the collapse, right? Because for nature in general, including collapses. I've earlier compared it to another system collapsing, which was the apartheid system in South Africa. You know, a positive, optimistic point where we look at how can these oceans and these wonderful animals and landscapes go on.
Listen, there's been a lot of chatter about indoctrination and so forth. And to me, the biggest problem in this crisis as a non-scientist is you're used to propositions that have been curated, refined, they're inerrant, they're infallible. And so you're looking, from the perspective that I came from, the American evangelical perspective, you're always looking that I will politely submit to this room, that we need to start teaching people that scientists are wrong, that's part of the pathway out of this.
The proclamations by scientists are not 100% exactly describing reality. They're an approximation. The scientific statement is an approximation.
That the scientists are wrong? Is that what I just heard?
I'm not quite
Is
sure
that what I
what
just heard?
it was getting after.
Yeah, it's not the time. Realize how much of a need it is for scientists to make mistakes and
grade reading level thing. It is true, but it gets very, very complicated quickly, and we're patiently waiting for Doctors Mann and Hotez to write their books. That said, let's move on to Zdenek, who I think is over in Australia at 4 a.m. And let me say that I've got my friend. What do you have for us?
Hello. Thanks for letting me jump in. I'm not sure if Kim. A vegan meal at the moment, just trying to do my part by eating as much plant-based. I've been to thousands of businesses and sites. I've been to basically every business that runs a modern city. it quite a lot. Anyway, what I wanted to point out is I've actually got there's practical, simple, and reliable solutions to pretty much all of these issues, and a lot of them are doesn't know how to unmake stuff. I'm running around, I'm posting quite a bit online and throwing my ideas in the ring, and some of it's pretty wild. People migrating in parallel with reducing broadacre farmland and shifting the diet of whole populations, which people write off, while having nature corridors run straight through cities. Caffeine, which is a pretty hard psychoactive drug, and meat, which is the woe of all and the pharmaceuticals and chemicals that we use in households. So the combination and the interventions that I have involve things like laundry and drying area, so that you can take off your sodden bike gear, sodden bike helmet, and shoes, and here is to basically remove about a quarter seen article on Wikipedia, and I look at that old the buildings. You leave the cement because that way to describe how to address the crisis.
There.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, with a lot to unpack and
It's a
process.
ladder.
Got that vegetarian vegan diet going. That's the right idea. That cuts back on.
For all those ideas, suggestions, well thought out plans. I mean, you've really synthesized outside the box. You're thinking about that leads me into a trail system, which basically, I could probably travel for about 20 kilometers, going in and out of it through there are foxes, rabbits. Land area. Since then, they've expanded the city and they've taken away a lot of that. I would call it like sort of a within our neighborhoods. I have noticed, a lot of people not mowing their lawns and getting to what Earth Punk was saying about even, to try to bring nature more into our lives rather than to go to nature. That might be one of the solutions, so
It is a game. It is a planet with pieces and players and energy and motives and alike. Loved humanities. Love those Mekong River freshwater dolphins. I mean, you name it, you will find love. Does really seem to be feeling it tonight. Asia is hit hard. That is and certainly not many people live on Greenland at all. We have Uganda and people future if it comes to climate solutions. or if it's nations cooperating or corporations cooperating. I don't know when big oil they can cheat, every lie, every deception. There's big ag, and there's a board, and I
his mind, and it's frustrating and it's complex and it's difficult, but I think we have but and he is us. So it, it's not just the producers that are pushing out told I had dry skin, and a doctor told me, "Oh, use Dove Stroke, use Dove." You know, I have mixed feelings about someone blocking the corporate we had a cardboard box that had you know, why can't we just go back to some of these old
I've had really bad substance abuse issues in my life and alcoholism issues in my life and alcoholism. Though I find generally the environmentalists haven't gone down.
Containers for meal preparation. Look, on the plastic note, I just thought I'd mention a lot of people don't if you look at the human as a biopolymer and you recognize that different plastics have different properties. Um, and Asia. So with the plastics, I don't know much. From flame retardants to colorants to stabilizers to UV filters. All of the different going to millions of different manufactured materials. So people say plastics, but it's really water just gets polluted with microplastics from the washing machine and waste elsewhere. But if you can imagine something like your Tesla battery or plastic in any given area, it might be using enzymes, it might be using heat, it might be using pressure, reagents, it could be using all sorts of complicated chemicals, it could be using forms of pyrolysis, so it could be a tiny little pyrolysis plastic, like plastic. And you need like 10,000 chemical plants or 100,000 chemical plants to handle all of the different complex inclusions, because you're going to have to process things in multiple stages to be able to remove all of these the elements. It's going to require thousands of chemical plants. Now you can, they have that in China. In the physical real world, there are thousands of you kind of need to shrink the chemical plant down to the size of a fridge or a washing machine and then make 10,000 of them. So no joke, I say I'm optimistic. There are
They're globally recycled. 12% of plastics are just burnt up. So lots of good information, Zenek, but I over I don't know what's going on there, but yeah.
Very true. He's plastics, they have a purpose in our society. I mean, they were developed so they decided to invent synthetic tires for cars and tanks and stuff like that. So on the street. Other things that are encased in plastic. The problem is it's very hard to get away from it. So, I mean, I think, you know, what the thing is also right now, recycling increases the cost of plastics. So the virgin plastic is much cheaper than the recycled plastic. But
Maybe you know, environmentalism in her neck of the woods in Loudoun County, Virginia. But I recall that she's talked
way we think, our talents, how much we care. We try to cope with plastic in the global north. 1.2 trillion in hard cash from government subsidies, 5.8 trillion in soft subsidies. That more people to be aware. They say if 3.5% of the population are activists, you get social change. Seeing the
Yeah, just that that whole making you know, a massive shed to put in a whole heap of you know, Asia as well. So you can take a factory like a chemical plant and you a computerized environment before anyone actually pours any cement. So it is possible to address the plastics issue everywhere. So you've taken plastics from one spot, you've consolidated it to refine it, and then you've turned it into a solid and you've spread it everywhere.
logistics issue. That's exactly what we're talking about. If the logistics were good, we would have no crisis or problems at all. That's a
Chemical inclusions in modern plastics. In different and unfortunately, you can't really do that with cars. So this goes back to rail infrastructure because you got to have ways to get bulky materials cars. It hasn't worked. It doesn't work to try to shut down and fight. But what you can do is work together to try to address the issue. So I'm pretty sure that with AI today and the ease at which people can code and make computer games, so I'm truly optimistic and very hopeful, but I am an information technology specialist. So that means I work with huge amounts of information. Virtualization of factories, but I haven't seen much. There's some computer games like Factorio and stuff like that, where you can build factories with the real physics of chemical plants. All of this sounds complicated, but I think that's the plastics thing. The other thing is with 7.
I can't
That's
hear
very
you
true.
guys.
Oh, thank
So
you
let
very
me
much,
just say
Phoenix.
something about this.
Yes, Oliver, we
Hope for the
can't hear
best.
you.
Get through to you, which is we have a really tight and get the microbes in there to eat money. If you could hear that.
I heard you, Oliver. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you, Oliver. I think Kim did.
It is lacking. I think we have plenty of technology.
Like, this is what we need to do.
I couldn't hear anybody. I could hear nobody at all. But I saw that my hand came down. So it will drain out the oil faster and it will actually recycle it in a very long-term process of microbial
You just keep it in the
thinking behind
ground.
storage.
Keep it
Long-term
in the
safe
ground.
storage, but it's
No, it's not ideal. I agree with you.
Yeah, I think you just need to be cautious with schemes of microbes digesting plastic. Out of a bulk dispenser, a hopper into our own glass mason jar, and that are all standardized in order to calculate the weight of the food that you just dispensed into your mason jar. And as opposed to, oh, we're gonna have giant chemical factories there.
Well, absolutely, Jim. In the house my grandmother used to live opened up that side of it and you took out the milk so they could leave it there basically in your house when you weren't at home. But I mean, we've got the Amazon delivery trucks, the FedEx delivery trucks. Why don't we get stuff like that, or even people could use plastic and reuse it, and they do it all by weight, and you do your weight before, and then you get your flax seeds or your honey or whatever it is, and you could do
Yeah, certainly I lived for 4.5 years in a Greek village, and you do all these things in a little European village, a poor little village. And all these things are possible and easy and can be done. And get this legislation passed, get this movement moving. These are all great ideas, tech ideas, household ideas, book ideas, social media ideas. They're all great ideas. Nothing wrong more popular, more widespread. The critical thinking, critical learning, deep learning, all of the above. And that's what we do. That's what we do all week, every week, all year. It's our ancestor. There's only one ancestor. We all come from the exact same life. All life form on this earth is related. As Pup was saying earlier, when I said that Red Cloud Lakota man told me I was their brother, it just makes me happy. And Pup said it's not Lakota man. To me, they know have a you know, they got a direct line to God or to nature, as far as I'm concerned. They get it. My cue from them. I respect them. I know they love nature. I know Lyle Lewis probably loves nature more than I do. I have no problem with Lyle and company. But when it comes to what's going on with nature, the University of Massachusetts there, they have a brand new center of indigenous and climate science study. Where it's just more cranking us out, more congratulating Kim on doing a great job and making great progress, thanking Will. Yeah.
No, Obots, hundreds and hundreds of Obots. And then I discovered somebody informed me, or maybe just Twitter informed me, that there was a trick. Just look it up. The trick. Just look it up, because I can't remember, but it's something to do with addresses. All right,
Well,
and then
you're describing what's happening at your son's university with a new center for ways of knowing within academic institutions. And so I think that's fantastic.
Yeah, I've found
forums may be very, very useful in that they will bring people in from, club members, bring people in from, club members in to actually participate in
I did not know that Dylan was 20 years old, so that was news to me. I'm a bit just critical. It must be deeply tied to nature, the sounds of the forest. German who has moved to Australia and repairs bike and is super green. He's part of the Sunday.
Because it sounds like the commentary is quite flexible and you're willing to kind of delve into
When they go away or go off and live their real lives, I then declare it after hours, and I'm very happy to just discuss anything. But
is this your space then? Is it Alex?
I am the host. It is my
Okay, so at the Climate Crisis Club, do you have physical meetings? And or is it a
Immigrated over there. Occasionally there have been actual but no, we're really not physical. It's a digital club.
course, which does tree planting. It's kind of like an emergency responder situation. People trying to get me involved in all sorts.
Trust, ZNet trust is a big word for us. That's, you know, I talked to Oliver that first or second space, and he started telling me wouldn't even go to see the dead Kennedys. It was sort of instant trust. I'm building trust.
An offshore organization or they're an international organization that is somewhere else in the world other than my original local place. So wherever there's no regular microtransactions like, you know, $1 here, $2 there.
Here would know all about it. I can't even remember who our other Jim. We have some other and raise funds and have merchandise.
legitimate. Um,
Get recruited right in anyway. Pretty soon, we find environmentalism to be addicting. Come in here and tell us how to run our club, and we've been doing it a long time, and we've run through a lot of ideas repeatedly. So any
thing that we have talked about a lot is um, is um, and it's a tough topic. Getting large. One thing I've observed shifted to and to me it tasted like cream, and then after a few weeks It just tasted normal. And you know, the point I'm making, and I never went back. And the so 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 the point I'm getting at, that may be a fundamental biological barrier to that's surmountable to large scale. Of chatting with the dietary advisor to the government of Malawi. And without going into great details, the nixtamalization nutritional advisor to the government of Malawi, I asked her, have they tried making a transition to problem in the face of malnutrition?
scenario from whole milk, from whole milk to we call it 2% milk here, 1% milk. When I'm preparing meals that are new, there they already have well, I'm gonna really pay attention to eating this and and perhaps even different foods from Africa and stuff like that, and you do acquire a palate for all those things. So I think there is hope in
and the Ultimate Burgers, and I really like them. Now I don't even notice the difference. Uh, Forest that's cut down for the cattle herd. Um, Moment and give a warm welcome to Julian. Um, you know,
corn. That's a fact. So I'm probably gonna eat some nixtamalized the nutritional value that is added to corn by the process of nixtamalization is huge. It
Could I just interject one quick
Yeah, I don't
comment?
see why
Something
not. I
that
mean, I
that-
could overrule you or mute you or something, man, but no.
which mixed with water creates sodium hydroxide, whereas in what's now Latin America, they're using using the soda ash approach, and the word hominy that we use and one reason why I'm bringing that up is basically everywhere in the world people can
What you got? What's happening in London today? What is it? 8:42 at night over there? Can you even hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. I was just areas of our lives really that if we can make the habits of giving up milk or switching milks or switching other products, then we can difficult concept. It's part of this the process of well, it's actually part of the process of nudging, of course. Is you can nudge people towards these habitualization.
Yeah, that's substance abuse. You know, you get hooked on cocaine or crack or something, you really get used to it. Well, in America, certainly don't want to stop eating steaks or stop driving their big trucks around. It can be done. It's not actually that difficult. There are much more difficult things to do in this life. And there are all kinds of methods. I've been saying forever we need um will know how to be an advocate for something. And of course, my brain was thinking, let's turn them all. Forget about laws. Forget about laws. Rock is the worst of them. Our Rory O'Connor. He will. And it was just a new one on me. Let's have lawyers advocating for climate environment. So it's very tough to get artists on the climate track. And
You know what you're saying about artists. You know what you're saying about artists and climate. It's Kiss and obviously Becky. They all absolutely monster it completely, and they're fantastic with it. So, yes, they are really important. I don't think they're right, obviously, yeah. But then they have scientists that are very good at the data, very good at the information, very good at the is very good at Hayhew is very good at it. There are people out there, surely.
Dr. Hayhoe will be Be appearing live on YouTube tomorrow. I really am looking forward. Doing the work, and he's
Yeah,
not.
exactly. Yeah.
Creating these chats are important. You know, those YouTube chats. If it's Sandy's
Oh yeah,
chat,
they're good.
Dan's chat. I
Avenging Angel.
yeah. Um, it's there's limits to what's effective to telling the general public. Let's move on and find out why Greek crowd.
degrees, so it's nice. Yeah. I know you're laughing, but cynic. Um,
Milk in my coffee. I could do the other ones, but it's in the
and I had a Beyond burger. Yeah, I don't know when it came out. And it tasted too meaty for my taste. these companies, yeah, like we know what they're otherwise up to, but if they invest and bankroll such projects, that's a beforehand. And I think it needs these stories to get the word out there, to make people think and make the big switch. And people think and make the big switch. And one more thing on the dairy, I'm not sure oh, sorry, first coffee. Yeah, it's like using yeast already possible. It's not the cheapest, but they're here in Australia. There's a company, they do farming when it comes to cows for dairy. A little bit, we need to adjust our behavior on to sevenfold our grid scale battery capacity. That's a huge challenge over the next year, 5, 6 just got a solar farm and battery project in practice or on the grid. 3 community and put that project off or suggested it, got some funding from the federal government. But this is the power
You know, when he's around us or me and some of the rest of us who are not German, I do no chance of winning. And there is something in Greenkraut's Germanness, the efficiency. There's something in the German quality that I appreciate, and that sort of engine. Five-hour conversation here about everything under the sun. And as always, with lots of really great people. I really is literally the third richest or biggest GDP in the world.
We were there with the campaign Oil Kills. But by Tuvalu and I forgot the other name. It's two Pacific Island states. It's one of three government issues or parts in the EU, and that's the and two people poured something that looked like oil from two bottles onto the ground. People came and stopped and asked what was going on. Yeah, not before when people were giving interviews and just holding their recorded because I always do the filming and photographing when we do these protests. He said, doesn't have to pay the whole cost of the energy and of the Anyway. Or that sort of bunkers in New Zealand. So Green Crowd is putting a thumb down.
Ish, yeah, like centralized in Wellington, in Auckland, and so on. Of course, yeah, high urbanization. Country like New Zealand, it's not possible. That's
okay.
Yeah, this is a common ground that we're fighting. Yeah, not only for I put up a paper. It's the radical flank effect. It's really, it's not nice to see. I can't film it. I don't because it's the same for Germany. It's the same for Germany, like in the study. And the best thing is if a lot of groups still different groups, and it helps.
Tied up with the people who are the most strongly against the fascists. Overlap with the environmentalists. Next. Yeah, we're getting to 5.5 hours. The longest space we've had is 8.
I tried to follow it, but I'm actually cooking lentils, trying to multitask, so it didn't really work very well. Well, could you give me a recap or a
moved only a little because they didn't disturb. They were on the streets on Fridays. They could talk about bad school. Now to use violence, and but otherwise.
Yeah, I don't
It's
know.
the same.
Is it? It's the same. Yeah, I was about to say.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Strike.
Right.
So then we don't. For the apartheid state, or to Rosa Parks or something that
Is that pretty much it?
no, I just mean that they threw bombs in the post box
Oh,
in the
I see.
houses.
Yeah,
So
that's the sort.
yeah, build a society that
Something. I only really cottoned onto it recently. So I've got this IT view, information technology. Physical real world as witnessed by many other people, because we're in an era now which has just hit. Not many people are aware of this, but you can deep fake videos, you can deep fake images. Actually, probably a lot of people are aware of it, but they might not realize the problem it creates. It means that there's going to be a turning away and a lack of trust in digital communities as this proliferates. So what that means is the responsibility and reliability will be on the citizens and the authorities to try to encourage public demonstrations around topics so that people can kind of authenticate whatever online messages they have. So if someone says something in an online digital platform, in video or through imagery or text, and there's a lack of trust in that, you can authenticate it by attending a real world protest. So it's really critical that they're peaceful, because they're so important to validate as like a stamp of authority on what people's perspective is. I can spend as much time as I like talking about environmentalism, but unless someone can see me speaking in front of many other people, be it tens or hundreds or thousands, or attending and confirming my beliefs by attending, a rally or a demonstration, it's very difficult for people to confirm that I'm not just a robot or being faked or something. So that was it. It was just authentication, validation, and the importance of the peaceful nature of protests, and the importance of allowing them, because the digital environment is going to be saturated with difficulties associated with falsehoods because of the ability to deep fake video and audio now.
Yeah, the deep fakes, the disinformation. It sure seems like if there was no disinformation at all.
Sometimes you can get lucky, though. Sometimes people get lucky. I mean, there is the what was called the Wizard at the big German coal demo that Greta went to, and the Wizard came on in his it was basically a friar's outfit, a kind of hooded figure, and all the police got stuck in the mud. It was so funny. You must have seen this video.
Glitzerrad.
Yeah,
Glitzerrad. Glitzy.
Do you remember the?
Munch, he was a French guy.
Don't say that.
I think they found him later. Yes, sadly,
They got him.
he also they got him late, but they got him.
And they probably got him through facial recognition or something like that. I don't know, but I'm just wondering through some kind of AI device. But the great thing about that was that it was just by chance the tables were turned, and it was worth 100 demonstrations. Really, the sheer hysteria of it all, and the style with which the Wizard and various other people conducted themselves was so full of grace and humor that it was a marvelous moment, and it went around the world. And I thought it was tremendous. More of that. I mean, really, that's fantastic. Absolutely marvelous. I've got 2 or 3 of the videos saved. Nobody's going to try and get rid of those. I've got them.
Yeah, the activists have emerged about him, like playing cards, or like there's a joke about
what was that about?
An action.
I thought it was quite funny, Jennifer.
Ja,
I thought it was
noch
quite
mal.
funny because it was a bit like Apocalypse
Yeah.
Now when the Robert Duvall character was going around putting ace of playing cards on all the officers. It was a little bit like that, in a sort of humorous way. But I know it wasn't necessarily about that. Just how I saw it. It was very funny anyway. More of that. More. Very good. It would be a French guy, wouldn't it? There's me thinking it was probably somebody from Alsace or something like that. But typical. Oh.
Yeah, I'm thinking, I don't know if anybody knows Mike from Canada. He's not really environmentalist. He's a Canadian. He's having a space in 3 hours. And he's a good guy. He's funny. The light side of life. If you need a space with the light side of life, Mike is definitely the guy for you. A really nice person. And it's funny how some people take these issues very seriously, perhaps too seriously, and get stressed out, and others are kind of joyful and don't pay any attention at all. And how to keep things in moderation, how to keep the balance, I have no clue. I'm learning about spaces constantly, what we can do with these spaces. And we've been talking activism, radical flank, I certainly protested in 1985 against apartheid in South Africa. It certainly changed my life. I was completely radicalized by one protest, and I haven't recovered since then. Since 1985, I really haven't participated in normal society at all. I've been an artist. I've been on the fringes, and now it feels to me like society's coming to me. But that's fine, whatever it takes.
That's
I
it
think,
is. It's because it is. It absolutely is. And you know, you were talking about. I was sad to hear that the wizard got nabbed. You know, I hoped he'd got away with it, as it were. And he did nothing wrong anyway. You know, what was he doing that was so wrong? You know, he was just he took the truncheon. I've got that photograph. Yeah.
He
Ah,
pushed
yeah.
them, and they were stuck. And I think the funny thing is that these people, they were running all the time in the mud, and it was really no stone in the mud
No.
at all, and
Not at all. But
not at all. It was really like form as a
But he
snowball.
took the truncheon. He took the truncheon. That's, I think, and he did a wonderful portrait of himself, holding it up to the sky with a big panoramic photo of the whole coal plant. Wonderful, highly artistic. You see, just what Alex was saying earlier is important. We need this artistic thing, conveys messages. Yeah, it's fantastic.
I was in Lützerath usually to film the art and the music, and I did also, and but when it all started, I also heard from other journalists that there are some less journalists there, so I stayed longer and also tried to film the other stuff. And but usually I was there because there's a lot of art happening. When you go on a workshop or on such a camp, they offer education from several institutions, Rosa Luxemburg, and Friedrich Eber jetzt nicht, but also a lot of workshops from different organizations.
So Eva, for example, will be photographing an action, and if anybody tries a stunt on the denier side that is going to try and fake it, then Eva's footage has validity of proofage. I would think. I'm only suggesting that, but if enough people have taken footage of an action that is good, then it's going to make it a lot harder for the denier side or the whoever, the bad agent, the bad player side to actually get away with any fake footage. I hope so, anyway. I mean, the one that comes to mind for me always is the guy that stood in front of the tank at Tiananmen Square. Now, they don't know if they ever got that guy. There's a sort of hope, a belief almost that he got away with it. And there's a belief that he got away with it and he wasn't caught. But, you know, you never can tell. There's always a hope that he was survived, because that of all the, the actions over the years, that's got to be the one that really, really almost destroyed or changed a state, China, in other words.
Yeah, they certainly incorporated some private enterprise into their way of thinking after that, and it is massive, absolutely massive. You're absolutely correct, Oliver. That the private enterprise was added into the Chinese life in the 1990s, and that directly leads to their massive output of solar panels and going green that they're doing in China. I don't know. There are a billion ways in today's digital life to be an activist, to be active, to be changing people's minds about climate and environment, to get them thinking about it, to get them talking about it, reading about it, all the way to acting on it, to actually physically acting, going out in the streets, going to meetings, and all of the above. It always seems to depend on how severe a crisis you feel this is. From the far right MAGA people who don't think there's any crisis at all, think that climate change is a hoax, to our doomers who can be extremely worried and agitated about it, who think it's an extremely severe crisis. We in the club are perpetually trying to preach a kind of moderate way, a moderate.
Don't call us doomers. The scientists have always spoken about the least outcome, and this has been surpassed recently all the time. Yeah, it's all much worse than it was published before, and what was published before was already called doomerism. It's already happening in our lifetime.
I'm referring to people who identify as doomers. If you don't want to be identify as a doomer, you don't have to be one. I'm talking about Sandy and Elliot and company who refer to going south to us right here. So now he says he's post-doomer, that he can identify as he feels fit. You do not have to identify as a doomer. We had this discussion for months here. So yeah, go ahead, Jennifer.
I think this is kind of how we bring the information to people, and so like when we see how movies work, and there are different plots that are always the same, always the hero getting a setback, standing back, at the end saving someone and winning everything or something. But there are also I think there are 7 or 8 usually, sometimes also 11. So they're different kind of how to divide them. But they are also there are stories that we know. And these apocalyptic, I think it started once with Dante Speak, and there also if a volcano breaks out or anything, something that you can't, as a human, can't know before maybe, and can't do something about. So it's just out of context that we influence what is happening. So this is maybe not the right thing to tell it, but they're also do you go more on emotions, or even scientists started to use more emotions now, or some satiric undertone maybe. And so also the people are experienced, and how you could bring it to the people. But there also doomerism is we can't do anything, where so we just can keep going on with how we're doing. I think it's not like when you tell the truth, how the truth is, how the facts are. I also so I think we need to be more sensitive, that other people experience the world different, and they also tried things before. I think we all did. And so when other people use another way, it might be because of their experience, because they also have another influence, or maybe they even don't think the way usual people maybe think. And this is how innovation happens, and how we innovate our society. And so I think we should see it holistic, because again, you need to be against any ism, like racism, misogyny, or anti-Semitism, Islamophobism, or something. So ableism, you all need to think this together, because this is how we get enough people together to support. The economy is also changed, and that politicians do this change by law.
Absolutely.
More common ground, and also stand for other points as well, because it's better for all the society.
Definitely the sensitivity to everyone. Passion, hi.
I was trying to look up the environmentalists that was at the Department of Veteran Affairs. I wanted to get permission to release their names. So when I was what you guys are talking about, when I was at because I want to give this as an example. When I was at on Capitol Hill, someone said a doctor, a researcher, a psychologist. She studies trauma and she studies the environment and she studies the environment and its connection to trauma. And she said something interesting. She said, you know, I like to treat everyone as if they have trauma. And I was like, what? That doesn't make sense. And she said something, and she said it, and she says, you know, everybody's dealing with trauma. And I just think that PTSD, which most minorities, women, and children do have because of some of the environmental things, it does cause PTSD. And she said, you know, PTSD is very narrow. And she said, I like to treat everybody as if they have trauma. And it reminded me of the doom and gloom, as you guys were talking about, because I said to her, when you're focusing on trauma and environmentalism and its effects, and you say, well, everybody's affected, it would seem like you are forgetting that there are communities that are more affected than others. It's not saying it's not an emergency. It's not saying that, oh my gosh, we don't have a crisis, right? It's just saying that when you make it about everyone, you're telling the person right in front of you that they don't matter. So for example, if you're a psychologist or an environmentalist, and a woman comes to you and she says, you know, I live in an apartment and the paint has lead in it. And you say, well, that's going on all over the world. And you send her down this rabbit hole. You're not focusing on her real environmental concern, which is her and her child being exposed to lead. Because when we focus on what's right in front of us, it'll lead us to the bigger picture. But when you make it doom and gloom, you say, oh, everybody has this problem. Everybody's suffering. Everybody. We know that. But we do know that when we help the disenfranchised, where the suffering hurts the worst, right? Then we start to help others, because I keep saying this, the country, the United States, is only as strong as its weakest population. And when we strengthen our weakest population, we can also begin to strengthen the environment and the population on the outside of the United States. Because if you have a bunch of angry Americans, nothing's ever going to get solved. If you have a bunch of Americans that feel like, oh, these people don't care about us and our environment, all of these things, they're not going to help. They're not going to advocate. They're going to be like, I don't give a damn what's going on in your country because y'all don't care about what's going on in ours. So I think in the United States, when we ask people for, you know, compassion, and we say, you know, think about what we're going through, it's not because we don't care about the environment. It's because we do know that a lot of things trickle down from here and it goes to other places, because it's people from the United States that are going to all these places that may be causing some of this, whether they are Native American, not Native Americans, that's not what I mean, whether they are American born or they come from immigrants or they come from wherever. You know what I mean? We know that a lot of waste starts here, and a lot of bad ideas also start here. So, you know, we do need to, I would like us to try to understand that we know the danger, but just understand that when we're coming to you, when Americans are saying, look, we've got this dump, we've got these things, it's just because we know that America, the stronger America is, the stronger our policies are, the harder we take a stance against certain environmental concerns here, we know that that will strengthen the rest of the world, because the rest of the world will follow suit. And I'll stop there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Passion. Let's have some comments from Sandy. And
I've
hi.
been here all day, but I have gotten so much accomplished in my chores listening all day and learning a lot from everybody here. And my comment was about Earth Punk. Absolutely loved his message. And I have talked about what's been done in Detroit as far as rewilding, growing, using, you know, more desolate neighborhoods and building them up into green spaces and how we can do that in cities. So this is so great. So, and that is where I come to that label again, the doomer label, influenced by, I would call them radical ecologists, radical environmentalists like Derek Jensen, George Saccharilitis, Lyle, and we all would like to see these things happen. So I just wanted to say thank you to him, Earth Punk, because I'm very interested in learning about what he's been doing there in Detroit.
Very cool.
So we can be interested in all kinds of things. There is a pig, but as the gal said earlier, is that Andrea, about it's happening. It's in front of our faces. I was doing a show last night with torrential rain and a tornado warning right on top of my house, which I didn't even know about. I live in Western New York. We never had tornadoes. Things are just changing in front of our faces. So you get a little doomerish when you look at the science all the time, like I look at, but yet I find hope in the permaculture and the rewilding, which is how I live my life, growing food, all that. That's where I find my hope.
Absolutely. And we're looking at the same evidence, the same tornadoes, the same
Yep.
weather
I
right
think
in
it was
front
a
of our
wet
nose.
microburst. I think they might have had a wet
Yeah.
microburst.
It
Yeah.
may have
Or
been.
nearly,
I didn't
nearly.
even know.
Or at the
Well,
edge
it was
of one.
pretty awful.
Yeah.
It was pretty awful when they could hear the rain through my microphone on the show.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my God.
I've lived through 2 wet microbursts.
Oh yeah, you were there.
No.
Oliver.
No, I was in one that Jennifer.
that's right, you
No,
weren't there.
no, I was in one that Jennifer will know about because the worst of it hit Germany and it killed, I think, 80 people. It was huge. No, it was massive. It was a massive wet microburst in 2021, August, I think. July.
Scary times.
Mm.
I mean, we're going to put the brakes on technologically, no matter if doomers hate it or not. I mean, I don't hate it. I can't imagine any of us hating any of it as long as it's not geoengineering. And if it is geoengineering, algae, things like growing, regrowth, those things, not like flying around with solar radiation. I hate it. Okay, I'm done. I want to thank you guys for the day, though. I did get a lot accomplished, including picking tomatoes. So there you go.
Awesome. Yeah, but the weather is the same in front of all of our noses. We're watching the same screens. We're walking out in the same rain, the same heat, the same drought. It is our reactions that are different. We're all unique. We're all unique people, and we have unique reactions. So some are going to react in a doomy fashion. Some are going to react in other fashions, and it's all good. It's that we all react together. And if it takes rewilding, it takes rewilding. What's not to like? So that's wonderful that Sandy's hung in with us all day today. This is what we do every Saturday, and it evolves and changes and is different each week. I am gonna skip Znek this week and give Oliver the last word and get out of here because I'm burnt out. And thank you everyone for participating again, and stay. Just keep. What is it, Oliver? What do they got to keep doing, man?
Well, I think the simplest thing to do